Hello. I know, Bassets. I know. Me too.
Rarest coil just was ubed for 3 months. How you feeling today, big man?
Okay.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Maverick 3470 just was ubed for a month.
Hang on, we gotta ban someone. Can you fuck off, please? My viewers are already cheap. You don't need to look. It stops when you get a good one. See? Woof. Just the heart of the cards, isn't it? These boxes are in no way represent value for money. Toby, I agree. I realised, I think yesterday, partway through my first shop opening, I was like, man, the XP bar doesn't really go up that much, does it? And realised that in order to get to the latter stages, I'm going to have to play a hell of a lot of this game. I do think that the more we invest in expanding the shop, the quicker we'll level up. Yeah. I don't understand how you can look at a thing like that Firebird and think, oh, smash. See, look at this. These cost quite a bit, right? And they've got fewer. If I buy 8 individual packs, that's much better than buying these boxes, because the boxes have 7 packs in. I'm saying from a consumer perspective and from a stock perspective, it makes no sense to buy these boxes. So you're telling me that I'm paying... I mean, look, if I go onto the stock order, 32 packs for $43, right? Which is 32 packs. So that's a lot of cards. Or I can get one of this, which has 28 packs in and costs more. And you're saying, oh, but you get that little cardboard box. Can I show you something? Can I? May I show you something? You can just make cardboard boxes. Or just get cardboard boxes. Or just keep the cards in a spare box. Like, these are an absolute waste of money. Who buys them? Unless you're guaranteed a really rare card inside, it's not worth it. Extend that logic to the cards themselves. I don't know. I can't extend it to the cards themselves. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? Because I'm looking for high-value cards. I'm looking for cards that are worth a lot of money. A lot of the guys that come into the shop and buy a card for $400 are also probably looking for value. This is, for the price of one of these, I can get a lot more packs. It's just ink on cardboard. No. You're not understanding the point. I mean, if you want to break it down, obviously this is just a load of... This is the only reason this is worth any money is because people want to collect them, right? I'm talking about the fact that the actual cost, the unit price, is dreadful. If you're just opening packs, why would you ever buy these? I don't understand why the customers come in and buy one of these for £100 when they could just buy a bunch of packs. But who says this comes with sleeves and dice? I don't see sleeves and dice in there, do you? I open the pack, I open the box, and there's just a bunch of cards. I'm sure in the real world that if I buy a box of Magic cards, it represents better value than individual packs.
Bogeskov just reçu for 4 months.
Let's check that out. So, if I buy the Commander Legends Dungeons & Dragons Battle for Baldur's Gate Draft Boosters, that's 24 booster packs for $119. So how much is a single? So that's... Hang on, let me have a look here. So, Battle for Zendikar booster pack on Amazon here from the Magic the Gathering store. Let's just go straight to the Magic the Gathering store. Shop by product. Duskmourn. So, the Magic the Gathering Duskmourn House of Horror Play Booster Box, which is... see details. $36 booster packs. each containing 14 cards. 1 to 4 of rarity rare or higher, including the possibility of a borderless mythic card. So that is £169.45. So how much is a single Duskmourn pack? So one pack is £4.45. So £4.45. How many are in this thing? $36. I can't do maths, so. So if I bought the packs individually, it would be £160. But if I bought this booster pack, it would cost me £10 more. So why would I do it? These are a complete waste of time. But they're great to sell. Look at that, 65 quid. When did I buy these? Oh, glorious. That's on the official Magic the Gathering store, though. I'm just wondering, in real life, I would be surprised if bulk buying wasn't better, because generally speaking, you want people to buy more. Ooh. You in this game as the owner of the shop have access to the bulk buying option that's not a thing for randos. And for the randos, the starter box might be cheaper than the same amount of booster packs. All I know is, if I was collecting cards for Magic or something like that, I would be looking for the best value for money in terms of how many packs can I get cheaply that are unopened packs, because that increases the chance you get a good card, right? The rebundles of basic cards are for people who want to actually play the game. If you just want to collect, you just want packs. And you want the cheapest cost per pack, obviously. I was watching a vid about and reading about the drama in the Magic the Gathering community. What's up, man? I don't know if you guys know about this. Maybe you do. Basically, there's a version of Magic the Gathering called Commander, which is when you play with like 4 people, or apparently more people. I've only ever played it with 4. It's very popular because it's a lot of fun. You have more health. You have different cards. One of them is your commander, which is like your unit, if you like. Your U represents you. And each of the commanders is sort of unique, so it changes your entire playstyle, because your commander will have certain abilities and stuff like that. This was all made by this guy called like Sheldon something or other, I think. He's like a lawyer. He's like this old dude, older than me. And he came up with this version of the game, and the Wizards of the Coast were like, oh shit, this is actually really popular, and supported it. And the whole point was the game was balanced by this group of people that were called like the Commander Balancing Committee or something. And they basically, in their spare time, balanced the game, made decisions about which cards were allowed and which cards were not. Nice. And like changed the rules as needed. That was what they did. And the main rule that they had was essentially similar to one of the main rules on my Discord, is don't be a dick. So they wanted to have as few rules as possible, but generally they'd say to people, look, if a card is stupidly busted, maybe don't play it, because you're playing with your mates. And it was like, oh, okay. But then there were these cards in Commander that were really, really strong. So Sheldon dies, okay? And the people that are left over, that are still on the committee, they ban these 4 cards. And apparently the cards were like long overdue a ban anyway, and they were stupidly strong. And having read the text, they seem pretty nuts. Like a lot of them seem to be things like, if you get this card out there, you do something, and all of a sudden you've got a shitload of mana. So there's one of them that you sacrifice it and pay 3 life, and it gives you like 3 or 4 mana, and it's a 0 cost artifact. So imagine if your mana curve, if you had that, could be pretty nuts. Turn 1, being able to play like a 3 or 4 mana cost, whatever, it's pretty crazy. Anyway, cards like that, and there were a couple of others. Anyway, so they banned these cards. Alright? They banned them. They were like, alright, these cards are gone. And there was an uproar in the Magic the Gathering community, because a load of people had bought these cards because they were good, and as soon as they were banned from Commander, they plummeted in value. Alright? And people who had bought these cards as an investment were horrified, and they were furious, and they took to the internet to complain about it. How dare you ban these cards, blah blah blah. You've cost me a ton of money. And they start to give all this abuse to the people on the committee, especially the one woman on the committee, naturally, internet being the internet. So they're having a pop at this woman, and one of her colleagues comes out and says, look, she was the one pushing back against this ban. And then everyone realized that it wasn't like a unanimous thing, and they got even angrier. And then Magic, the Wizards of the Coast stepped in and said that threatening people is wrong. And in order to save the day, they will now be taking over the balancing of Commander. Which is kind of probably what they wanted all along, because it is pretty nuts that it would be like if the hero balancing in Dota was just done by 6 lads who were mates. And not Valve. 4.4k. But so now Wizards of the Coast are in charge of it. And I wonder if the Magic community is horrified at what they've done. Because now, if something's bad, like too strong, but it's sold really well, do you think that they're gonna ban it? Probably not. Because they're going to make money from these cards, so... Congratulations, Internet, you've done it again. Yet again, the power has been given to a large company. People just love it. I think people have given up, and they just want to be owned by corporations nowadays. I think that's it. They don't actually want freedom, like the villains always say in movies. People are meant to be subjugated, you know, that kind of shit. Loki was right. Need some booster packs. I think we need packs for pretty much everything, actually. Don't open these, Pyrian. I won't. Orange packs. What goes there? What's this one? Purple goes there. These are the cheapy blue ones. They go down there. Yellow. They go there. I'm very good at this. Blue ones. They go up there. These are the cool ones. Yeah, they'll go there. That'll do. Yeah, we got packs for days. I'm annoyed at the fact that one of these shelves is shorter than the other, so. Oops. Oh, I already opened a shitload of packs earlier. Like an insane number of packs. Where is... Oh, fuck. Clint, I need you. Man the counter. Angus. Restock the shelves. Mate, the music lives in my dreams now. 26:55. A connoisseur, eh? To be fair, man, I have to have the music on, otherwise it's just the sound of my PC fan. I have, but it's on Nexus mods, and I can't be arsed with Nexus mods and manual installs and all the rest of it. Can't be doing with it. Ugh. Yeah, I don't... Pokemon must be some kind of made-up thing for the game, you know. Why don't wasting your money? If you'd bought these packs individually, you'd be better off. But appreciate the £300 on kids playing cards. Really appreciate that, bozos. 100 and 1, 2, 3. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Look at this shit. Some people don't have money for food. You just spent 173 quid on some children's cards and a children's toy. You're right to look at the ground. £7.50. Alright, Scruff. £4, your change. You spent £6 on something to protect something else that's worth fuck all. Well done. You're a grown man buying that. Congrats. What do we need more of? Maybe we go a day without buying too much stock. We got tons of stock out there. 737D. Did another patch come out? Like last night? I don't see it on the subreddit. It was a week ago, dude. It wasn't like earth-shattering, was it? It was like little tweaks. We're waiting for a big patch. You know how it be. Pum, 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 pum. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, mate, just the one card, is it? £2.36. Yeah, DayZ, what are you gonna do? People still play that game. Steam player numbers. If you look at Steam charts, number 1 is Counter-Strike, then a game called Banana, then Dota, PUBG, then Throne and Liberty, Naraka Blade Point, Black Myth Wukong, Rust is coming in at number 11. That's really impressive. DayZ, 17,000 players. Peak of 60,000. So it's number 38. More than The Sims. I just have 6 quid on it. I mean, yes, it doesn't have the £2 coin, but there's no room. You couldn't... You'd have to make the till bigger, and who cares? Is there a €2 coin? I always forget that there is. I've got some euros left over from somewhere. I guess it was from holiday. How much euros do I have left over? Okay, now that's a 50. Yeah, I got 100 euros. 120 euros. Shit. Not too shabby. I wonder if I could pay my cleaner in euros. I wonder if she'd like that. So but just sit in my wallet for a year. I mean, to be fair, I don't use my wallet anymore. Look how fucking big this thing is. I just use my phone now. It took me years to do that. I didn't have a payable phone until last year. Jack Dad Gaming, I want you to bear something in mind. I am 48, okay? I'm aware of the fact that you keep currencies and save them for the next time you go somewhere. I'm aware of the fact that when you exchange them you lose money, because I'm old as fuck. I don't need pro tips on how to be a grown-up. I've been a grown-up for longer than most of you lot have been alive. That's how old I am. I have got viewers who are older. I am older than their parents. So please. Have I kept outdated money? No, why would I do that? Who even carries cash? The only reason I have cash is super rare. It's like very rarely I have to have cash. I seem to use it when I go on holiday. You tend to go to places where they need cash more, but souvenirs, it's money. It's money. It's not a souvenir. Have £6. I'm done with change. I'm done with giving out correct change. £1. Yeah, it's shit like that. Playing the window cleaner, playing the clean, whatever, you know. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. My kids have bank accounts. Like little kid bank accounts. They pay for shit on their phones as well. Much easier. Otherwise, it's genuinely a pain to pay for things with cash. A lot of places, you want to buy something online, now they have to give you cash to buy something for them online. And it's like, well, fuck's sake. Now I don't want this cash. So we just give them, it's all electronic. If they need money, I just transfer it to them. I mean, geez, it's 2024. You know what I mean? I think we did all right. I think we made about 5k today, but it's not that impressive. Hello, mate. Sorry, I was just vibing. £9. Uh-oh. Smelly Flax is coming in. Get him. Good job, Angus, mate. Yeah, love this. Why did you even talk to her? You don't have to explain yourself to people. If they ask you for money and you say no, that's the end of the conversation. I'm sick of this fucking attitude. When we were out in Bristol, this guy comes up to us, asks us for money. And we're like, sorry, mate, we don't have any cash. Fuck's sake! Fuck's sake! What's wrong with you people? Walks off, does it to the exact other table. How's it go with them? I'm like, oh, sorry, stop. I'll go to a cash point. Fuck off. What are you doing? Don't be shouting at people. He always hangs out down Duke Street, Jamsky. It's like really the most aggy homeless dude. Assuming he's homeless. There's a lot of them in Bristol. That was the thing that shocked my daughter when we went there earlier this year. She's used to the leafy suburbs of southwest London, not ruffians and vagabonds. Yeah, when is it gonna work, Kieran? Who's gonna go after that guy and say, "Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry, mate. Here, have 50 quid." No. Like, the ones that hang out by the cash points are the ones that get me. Like, as if I'm gonna take cash out and give you a 20. Very unlikely. You should hang out somewhere where people always have change. The smart places to beg for change are places where people have to pay cash and will always have change. And I'm thinking places like market stalls, where a lot of time people have to pay cash at market stalls. Beg there. An arcade. Right? People come out of those with change all the time. Or they might give you a little plushie or some tickets. You're hanging out by a cash point. Most cash points only give out 20s these days, it feels like. That's affected the bottom line for today, madam. I don't think he does make a fortune, A Tribe Called Stretch. I very much doubt that he makes a fortune. I suspect that he makes hardly any money. Show those off. Anyone want to spend some money in here? Buy some shit? Wow, we sold all our singles today? Oh no, I'm just looking at them. At this angle, you can't see them. Okay. Oh, shit. Sorry, yeah. Let's use the till that's actually connected to the ground. Couldn't come to the same tills, could you? What, mate? You're a grown-up. You're an actual grown-up who purchased that. Alright, what do we need? Bat and spiky head. Do we have any bats or spiky heads out here? Oh. Picked up the wrong bloody thing, didn't I? Alright, so we need... That's that guy. That guy. Can't believe we're almost out of stars. This is a great day. Oh. Such a noob. Why is Dotes done for? What happened? This game came out. Oh, I see. Angus already stocking. Love that. Angus is like Father Christmas because he always be handling that stocking. Monam says, nah, a machine can never spray me like that as I walk in. Would you crawl on the ground to get into the shop to avoid it? Spraying people that are smelly. Are you smelly? If you're smelly, you deserve a blast. You go into a public place with other people, they got to sit around you. Fucking literal. Look at this. Imagine you're coming along the street and we can see the stench on you, like wavy green lines. You're like, I don't think there's anything wrong with being smelly in public. Everyone else has a different opinion. The opinion is, you either de-stink or you stay home. You would run home and cry and shower twice. Right, that guy has no shame. That guy is happy to walk around so smelly you can see it. beep, 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 boop, beep, beep. Beep, beep, boop, beep, boop. Beep, beep, boop, beep. Oh, did we get a spike? Whoopsie. Please, internet, don't do this. Shit, it's all over the place. Oh, it might be Mrs. F. We'll see. Sorry about the lag. I use a roll-on deodorant myself. Antiperspirant deodorant. But when it's really hot, I sweat a lot. I'm a sweaty guy. Like when we were on holiday and it's hot, my whole top of my head is just wet. Just beaded with sweat all the time. And if I do exercise, I sweat like crazy. Very, very sweaty. But it doesn't smell bad. Mrs. F is very, very sensitive sense of smell. If I am ever smelly, it happens from time to time. She's like, you need to sort that out. Fair enough. But generally, I'm not a smelly person, but I can be very sweaty. The problem is not so much fresh sweat, which does have a smell, but if you can get in the pool and cool off, or it just evaporates, you'd generally be alright. The problem is bacteria and odor, right? Have $6.99. I'll take 10 pence back, actually. How much? How did I give you too much? Oh, smelly get. I mean, I think emergency deodorant, there's no such thing. Because the idea that you can just be like, oh dear, and put a load of deodorant on and that'll fix it. That's not how it works, is it? Because now you're just putting it on top of the stink. So then you get that horrible smell where you can smell BO like it's stealthy underneath. But BO, I don't know why it's such a strong odor. God, imagine living in the fucking olden days. They all must have reeked. But I guess they were all used to it. But the thing is, you say that, right? You say that. But there is no getting used to other people's stench. You can't get used to it. It stinks. Like, it's an offensive smell. I don't know if they did get used to it. I'll be honest with you. Because they had those things called posies, didn't they? Which was a thing that you held under your nose when you went out, if you were posh and not used to the stench of the peasantry, who never bathed. You know what I mean? You'd have how often do you think they had a bath? These are hard-working people. Sorry, what is to signal your immune system? BO is to signal your immune system. That sounds like bollocks. You don't get used to nappies. I don't know what you mean. I never got used to nappies. They fucking stink. They worked less than we did? Okay. Sure. Sure they did. No, I think washing yourself and keeping your clothes clean helps. Everybody's got a fucking solution. All of you guys would be blasted by the destinkifier. I'm betting good money on it. I'm betting good money on it. Everybody with these clever theories about actually bathing is for the weak. And actually, I mean, this idea that they work less, if you want to talk hours, possibly, because they had to work around daylight, right? But imagine if you worked in the field. Well, you think you're putting in 2 or 3 hours and then calling it a day? You're out there dawn till sunset. It's hard physical work. Hardly anything to help you. You can't drive to work. You got to walk there, probably. Maybe you hitch a ride on the back of a horse and cart or something. A lot of grafting. Your diet, hopefully, is enough. I think when people are thinking about working less, maybe they're thinking about jobs that weren't incredibly, incredibly hard. I think we are expected to be... Like, if you work from, say, 9 until 6:30, that seems like a longer shift than you'd get, especially during winter, than you would have gotten, because, of course, now with artificial lighting, there's no excuse. But I think it does very much depend on what job you had, because I'm pretty sure if you worked as a labourer in medieval times, you weren't just popping a few hours in and the boss is like, yeah, go home, lads. There's no more shit to be shoveled today. I bet you had to work to fucking death. All I know is that whenever I've been around at events or something and there's been some incredibly smelly nerd there, it's always a certain type of nerd. So if it's genetic, they must all be related. Because they all look the exact same. Probably slightly overweight. They're wearing exactly the same clothes I saw them in yesterday. They clearly haven't bathed. They look greasy. Yeah, it just looks to me like they stink. Ah, it's crashed again. Why has that happened, I wonder? No, the Yogscast office isn't smelly. Why would it be smelly? Man. Here's something else to consider in regards to medieval peasants working less. Alright, just bear this in mind. Pretty much everything they had to do all day long was hard work, right? Getting breakfast, getting to work, getting dressed, all of it was undoubtedly hard work, right? Fucking everything. Washing your clothes. Man the counter. Where? Donde Angus? Here he comes. No, of course they weren't stupid. What does that have to do with it? I just think most of the things that we see as like obvious tools, they just didn't have. Like if you watch some of those vids, there's this, I think they're a family, they're certainly a group, who do, they live like people from like the 18th century or the 19th century, and they'll spend like weeks doing it and they'll film it. I think it was a TV show. Okay, so here's some things to consider when we're talking about people didn't work as hard back then. Which people? Which people? Half the population, unpaid, worked incredibly hard. And that was women. The amount of work they had to do, completely unpaid from dawn to dusk, just to keep the fucking family going, was crazy, right? Like everything. Everything. Washing clothes by hand. All these clothes, you got to wash them by hand. All the cooking. There's no crack open a can of this or everything. Management of the house. All the cleaning. No cleaning products. You're down there. Unbelievable amount of graft. Your car doesn't sit in the driveway. You have to look after a horse if you have a horse. Looking after a horse is a big fucking job as well. And you're probably looking after some rich cunt's horse. You probably don't have a horse. Tending your vegetable garden. Any repairs done around the house, you're probably doing them yourself. I think in terms of being handy, people back then knew how to do all kinds of shit. Like, you'd have to. You can't just hire someone. Problem with the roof, you gotta get up there and fucking do it. It'd be something every day.
Stesi Korusiwis just zubed for 43 months.
Grats,
43 months of AVEWA.
Grats on
Shout
the
out
dub.
to my GTE team, POG Games last night.
Oh. Cards to be opened, why not? It's just incredibly hard work. Certainly the woman who performs the tasks of the housewife or the wife on that show seems to have the fucking worst of it. She's like, right, now we need to scrub the floors. This involved getting down your hands and knees with a toothbrush and scrubbing the floors, or whatever stupid shit they had to scrub floors with. Yeah, I saw that one. Kids go into the... as if it were the Blitz. I also think the hardest part is, nowadays we at least are imprinted with this idea that things can get better. Do you know what I mean? There are ways to get out of hideous poverty. There are opportunities, as unlikely as they are. There are ways. Back then, if you were born a peasant, you were gonna die a peasant. No doubt. Up you get, lads. I need this table. I just don't want you near my collectibles. Which one is that? That's this one, isn't it? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Doop, boop, boop. I don't read. It goes to show, mate. America's #1. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So someone was saying that if you stand still for too long and then move your camera, that can affect it. That was certainly their theory online, was that if you just stand here like this, when you turn and it goes to load the assets, it crashes. Funny how I can't tell it to autosave more often. Say what you will. I don't know what you want me to say, but I don't know how much you've traveled. I think the idea that it's very American. We're the best. We're the best country in the world. You can disagree all you like, dude, but you're wrong. We're the best. There's not really any point arguing with you about it, so I'm just... What's the point? Yeah, you don't want to argue because you know you'll lose. Because you know I'm right. We're #1, Flax. You got to deal with that. We're #1. Sure. Sure. Go for it, bud. Boom. 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 What neighborhood is this? Good Times Coffee. There's an ice cream parlor down there. Imagine you're walking down this. It's a quiet street around the back. Oh, look at this place. Wow, their sign doesn't even go the length of their shop. Look, any American that drops into a random chat, especially on a European stream, and says we're the best and we don't care, the facts don't lie, is just trolling, guys. So just ignore them. They don't read anyway, so they can't read your replies. This is fine. Fine? This is fine, he says. I take offense at that. You stuck on what I think you're stuck in? You are not. You need this one. We need the ones that are unstocked, most importantly. Alright, Angus? Starting to remind me of Dean here. Don't be a Dean. Nice jump, Alistair! Thank you.
Rudy Dog un gifted supa-dupa-banou de la subscription. Rudy Dog un gifted attire un sub to supa-dupa-banoodle.
Where'd that come
They
from?
have given 4 gift subs in the channel.
In the channel. Pay bills. Fine. Gah. Man, that's seriously eating into our profits here. How's the shop? It's doing alright, but we're not I don't know if our reviews are bad. No, the reviews are good. Just hoping that we sell some more shit. Maybe it's time we... Wow, you really need a lot of levels to expand this shop. We could do something crazy and move all our stock stuff here, bosh it in the window, put all the tables in here, and just have this as a shop. But I don't know if your shops have a certain number of customers overall, or if it's on a per shop basis. Do you know what I mean? Like, we could fit all the tables in here and move the stock in here. Look, we'll test it. Right, we're going to test that. What time is it? It's nearly time. Everybody out. Goodbye. Come on, we got shit to do. You guys are just wasting my time. Out, 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 out. Hey, you know, this is the problem is, if you comment on America, people think you must hate it. I grew up there. I have friends there. I have family there. Alright? I love America. I really do. And I have nothing against it. But it's okay to criticize. It is perfectly okay to say, hey, things could be slightly better. That doesn't mean, why do you hate America? It's like such an old trope. And then there's this idea that you're not allowed to comment on it. You're not American, you're not allowed to comment on it. Of course I'm allowed to comment on it. It's a place in the world. I live in the world too. It's ridiculous. Let me put it to you this way. If you were in a relationship with someone and they were doing something dangerous and stupid, and you said, hey, don't do that, does that mean you hate them? Probably not. We're going to make this shop into more of an ugly warehouse style. We just want your money shop. Angus should be able to restock like instantly. We'll just keep all the table denizens in this back room. Kind of looks like we're running an illegal back room magic den, but I quite like that. I think that adds to the prestige. No. So this is for the gamers, and this is for the hardcore. Get to work, you guys. Huh? I want to see a marked change in sales today. Can you imagine how this shop now just boxes? Doesn't look too bad. I want us to sell product. Do we even have lights in here? Have I covered the light switch with the workbench? No light switch. There just isn't one. Yeah, they can get in. Look. Oh, that's a good point. We could say... I think we need a Destinkifier 3000 in here. I'll just keep an eye on it for today. Boom, 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 boom. Straight into the back room. No, there's no run out of notes, thank God. we're back. I think it's lifelike objects' fault, for sure. If I had to look for blame... £425. 20 quid. God damn. £91. Who got banned? All I'm saying is, if we give the kids guns, they can defend themselves, right? Isn't that the natural progression? Am I wrong? I don't believe I am. I mean, essentially, if you arm the entire planet, everybody's got a chance to defend themselves, right? I mean, that's just logic. Give everybody guns. It's the only way. It's the only way. It's really simple, folks. I want to go to the checkout. I want to go to the bowling alley. I want to go to the playground. And I want to know that everyone around me has guns. In case, you know, someone has a gun. You go to a state like Florida, where I've spent a lot of time in Florida. You'll be at the fucking shop buying pet food, and the guy in front of you's got a gun on his hip. And in his car, in his truck, he's got a locked case with rifles in it. That just makes me feel safe, knowing that this guy, who I've just seen shouting at the person behind the checkout because they were out of the pet food that he wants, that he is armed. That's just a, you know, that way, if someone pulls a gun, everyone has a gun. That way we can turn every situation into a potential shootout. That cuts down on gun crime as far as I can tell. It certainly makes me feel safer when I see the drunk guy at the bar with a gun. Although, to be fair, I think quite often you can't take a gun into a bar in some states. I'm sure in plenty of states you can absolutely take a gun into a bar. I know when I was in Seattle, at the Children's Theatre, where we did the late game show, the Children's Theatre, there was a sign saying, "This is a gun-free zone." I was thinking, well, thank goodness you told me. I was ready to bring my Uzi. I thought you said Children's Theatre. You normally bring guns there, right? I always bring my gun when I go to the Children's Theatre. That guy was not happy about being sprayed. I think we need a destinkifier for this area. We can say come through main entrance, but I think that might cut down on the number of people coming in overall. Do we just have an overall number of people, do you think? Or does this count as a separate tally of customers? Because it's empty in here now, man. Can you please use main entrance? Use main entrance. I want you guys to come through here, please. We went for a whole new setup. There's the warehouse. 4,400 Gears of War. Haven't pulled one of the 20Kers. I think Twitch integration would be fantastic. Yes, it is. It's a good spot. It's a well spotted. But look at it from the street, it looks quite cool. Also, there doesn't seem to be any mechanic that concerns itself with how pretty your shop is. So why worry? This is purely about getting people in and getting money out of their pocket and into the till. Dean's gone, mate. We've got Clint and Angus. The A-team. God, look at that. That's two people merging into one. Look at this guy. That's the smelly guy at the fucking convention, I tell you right now. Talking of deflection tactics, that's my tactic when I get shot at. Pew pew, I use my bracelets. Like Wonder Woman. Always works. Always made me laugh that is a thing. She can deflect bullets with her bracelets, right? Pretty sure that's TJ Hooker's play. He just ducks. Someone shoots and he goes... And it goes... Pew! Imagine ducking a bullet. What a beast. These have not sold at all. Oh, sir. Have a great day. Lots of people have watched too much YouTube. Look, there's a lot of YouTube vids of people talking about self-defense techniques, and they're all over Facebook as well. People get obsessed. They think that they could do it. If you watch footage of actual fights, it's never the way it is in the self-defense vids. Ever. Like, it's always like two guys just squaring up like this. And then one guy throws a punch, and he's like, so I block it, and then I take his wrist, and now I've got his wrist, and I get him down, and I take him down. Like, well, why do I never see vids of people doing that? What happens is, people are talking, someone doesn't expect it, and someone just smacks them on the side of their head. It's like, how often do you see a fight where two people are literally like this? Like, never. Every fight I've seen, one lad's drunker than the other, doesn't see what's coming, and one lad just fucking lamps him. Or someone, they have a scuffle at the bar and one lad just fucking headbutts another. It immediately goes to people grabbing each other and they're falling around and people are trying to pull them apart. Like, it's just hilarious. These self-defense vids are just gibberish. It's just wish fulfillment. It's just, they just want to be in a fight and do cool shit. They've seen it in the movies. And they think, if I go to enough classes and someone messes with me, I'll do this and I'll control this and the joints and stuff. It's like, come on, dude. People just fucking grab each other and they just punch. Everyone's just wailing away, adrenaline is pumping. Unless you're in fights all the time like a bouncer, those guys, or a boxer, those are the only two people I would trust in a fight. Bouncers, because they probably have to fight every night. And they've got an advantage because they're sober. And boxers, because boxing is just like... probably one of the best forms of martial combat that there is. In all of those fucking vids when they say Kung Fu Master against Boxer, the Boxer just puts him in the bin. Because it's very straightforward. And it resembles a real fight more than anything else. Well, this was a decent day. I think we made about $7 grand. We'll find out. We're going to close up. Yeah, there's a flax. I agree, TPC. Lads, gonna have to go home. Thank you. Well, I think that was a decent day. I think we made. I think we started 21. I think we made 10k today. Let's have a look. Seven. All right. That's not bad. And that's without any big high value cards. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh shit, wrong item. We didn't open any packs. I wanted to see how much money we were making with the new shop configuration, and it was good. I mean, the real thing that pushes you over the line in terms of making more money is selling a big fat single. Have you guys ever had a job where the software, if you can call it that, yeah, all of the really high value cards sell the next day. You can open boxes too, but it's not worth it. I had to work, if you've ever worked somewhere where they have like a little proprietary software system that they have to train you on, it's always dog shit, right? It's always complete gibberish. Terrible UI, all kinds of workarounds, all kinds of post-it notes on the side of the computer explaining how to do this, do that. Just awful. I think the worst I've had was Exchange and Mart when I worked there. The system they had was so bad. We're doing all right. I remember when they had, God, was it the £30 billion NHS system that they were going to bring in? That was like this vast, I mean, as usual, the government tenders it to some dog shit company who promises they'll do it cheaply and well, but then, of course, they hit cost overruns, or they deliver an absolute piece of shit. I mean, do you remember the Royal Mail scandal? Was that Mitsubishi wrote that, didn't they? Was it Mitsubishi? Some company with a name like that. Fujitsu? Was it Fujitsu? Yeah. Mitsubishi makes cars, don't they? Although they could also do that. Fujitsu. Is Fujitsu, like, I know this is going to sound stupid, but is it a Japanese company? Or is it an English company that has a Japanese name to sound cool? Because when the company that they bought it from they were based in the UK. I guess it was Fujitsu UK. How to change a number from negative to positive? Was it subtract twice that number? I want to know what this system was. I used to code a bit, so I love programming stories. There's a guy who does lectures about the worst. They chose to subtract the number from itself, multiply by 2. Yeah, that's what I said. Hey, it works. I'm sure it works. Let me think. What languages did I code in? C? I guess it would have been C++, actually. Java. Is there anything else? I think that was it. Maybe there was another language. I learned to code in Pascal, and Pascal's a fun little language. Never used VBasic or anything like that. Punch cards is not a language. How dare you? I mean, most of the banking system runs on fucking Fortran, doesn't it? Perfectly good system. I mean, look, everybody makes fun of that. People who don't know anything about programming make fun of that. But I would say this. Let's say the NHS had a computer system. Oh, COBOL. I learned COBOL a bit as well, yeah. Let's say you have a banking system. The entire company runs off this software. Okay? And it works. It doesn't have any problems. It looks like shit, but it runs. It's perfectly good. And it's only ever been improved. All the stuff that's been added or whatever, all works. Why would you change it? You wouldn't, would you? And I mean, if the language is nice and simple, like, you don't need to produce something that looks good. It just needs to be fast and work. I feel like we're kind of sitting still in terms of making money. It's this lack of fancy polls. I think we just need to open more packs, team. Yeah, of course it's going to cause problems. I think here's the problem from a business perspective, is that these decisions are not made by the engineers. They're made by the corporate bods. And they're like, we've got to have a new IT system. We want it to look really fancy because, you know, it doesn't look good if people see the screen and it looks like it was a program written in 1987. It's got to look good. You son of a bitch! I was going to open those. So they're like, make it look pretty. But it also needs to be fast, and it needs to work. Because surely they can't be saying, just make it functional. We'll get some really good engineers in who just know how to code. Here's the problem. Solve it. They want to fuck around with it, you know? I mean, I suppose if they're saying we want this delivered by X date, the argument shouldn't be we need it by this date. The argument should never be that. Because if you rush it, you're going to end up having to fix it anyway, and that's going to cause far more problems. I mean, I always think one of the first things they should consider, and we've had this, I'm sure you've all had this, you're in a shop, you want to buy something, and they're like, we can't sell to you at the moment because our system is down. But you think, but I've definitely been to shops before that didn't have systems and was able to buy stuff, so why can't I buy this? It's like, sorry, we can't sell right now, the system is down. And you think, how is the system down when till money go in, change come out, I have product? Like, that's the system at its core. Whatever other shit you've tacked on top. How can that be more important than me giving you money? Clint? Clint's gone home for the day. Sorry, sir. I'll be right with you. My employee has just randomly fucked off on me. Yeah, I put it here. I put it here for a good reason. I'll show you. Jeez, thanks for making me wait around for that. Here, you can have your change in pennies. And £4.50 your change. Get the fuck out. Can you lads fuck off? Thank you. We've got the back room, shady card room back here. And this is where we put the stock. Look at it from the front. You think, oh man, this is like the... It's such a secret. They're hiding the stock behind these shelves. Is it a more complete game, man? You can head in hands all you like. The till placement is perfect. What don't you like about it? The fact that I'm making bank? Is that what's upsetting you? Yes, there are guns in the UK. Some police have them. Some criminals have them. Not many. Farmers can have shotguns. People that do clay pigeon shooting or game shooting can have shotguns. You need a license and it needs to be stored properly. There are gun clubs in the UK. Generally, I think up to 2-2. Although there's a gun club near me where people shoot muskets. Again, you need a license for that. Air rifles, of course, you can buy up to a certain strength. Can't remember what poundage is the maximum. Whatever it is, I've got one. That was the strongest air rifle you could buy. It just shoots little lead pellets. Don't think you can own pistols. A lot of them you have to store out the gun club, and they're like 2-2. So a lot of this stuff has been adapted. Like when I was at school, we had a gun club, believe it or not, with the cadets, and you could be. I was on the shooting team there because I'm a good shot, oddly enough, and the shooting team for the cadets had Enfields that were converted to 2-2. No magazine or clip or anything like that. You had to put each round in individually, but it was fun. Imagine that being 13, 14 and shooting guns. It was awesome. Which is the central problem. Guns are fun. Was it Jim Jeffries that has a bit about that? Problem you Americans in your guns, right? That guy. Just tell me that they're fun. I'll believe that. I'll buy that. But you don't. You say it's for home defense. You know the guy. We're short of a few things. You only ever shot a BB gun. That's pretty good.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Thank you.
Postmenton just Zubed for 27 months, the shop sells their fresh and now.
What? Where would you put the tills? Given that we have to put them in such a way
But it's time to goose.
that they have to walk through
DM
the
just
distinguifier.
Zubed for 47 months, Tetramon, gotta catch a few of them, I guess.
Ah! Yeah, 100. I mean, it's taken so long just to get to these levels. Sorry, love, I was miles away. That'll be £7.39, your change. Big sale. £47. I'll just keep the penny. You keep the penny, mate. What was that? Hey, you dick. Fucking blurps. I make like 3p off a blurp. It's not fucking worth it, is it? I did get blurb. We didn't have those soups. Oh, this was the 90s. Late 80s, early 90s. It was the Lee Enfield. I think at some point... I mean, the SA-80 didn't come out until, what, towards the end of the 90s? Damn, sir. £400. It was a piece of shit. We went to army camp, and we got to fire the SA-80. Just jammed all the time. All the time. Yeah, but would it have worked its way down to cadets? Probably not. We didn't have... I remember we had some, but I don't think they could shoot, oddly enough. I think that like we couldn't shoot them on the range. We definitely didn't have access to them on the shooting team. I think they were just deactivated ones that you used on exercises. We didn't even fire blanks. You just ran around and went bang, bang, bang. One of the guys who was in the cadets, he was obviously going to join the army. Just one of those guys that was like, you knew he was going to join. And he did join the army, and he went to, I think he was in peacekeeping in like Kosovo or somewhere like that. Like he was over in that conflict, and eventually ended up topping himself because he couldn't handle what he'd seen and everything. It's pretty crazy. We all thought he was like Mr. Army guy, but I think when you get there and see the realities of it, it's fucking horrifying. Smelly bitch. Does anyone remember that advert for the British Army? Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah. This is this. I remember this, thinking this is so stupid. Watch this.
Songa huko. Tutaki watutaka nini hapa? Kabisa tukutaki hapa. Tutaki kwenda wewe. Tena kabisa tukutaki. Songa mbali kabisa, hii maji ni yetu hii. Hataki takupia. Tutaki watu wa mabisa. Kabisa tukutaki hapa sisi. Nini sasa wewe? Hii maji imetusumbua sana kwa muda mrefu. Ndio kwa sababu hatutaki wageni hapa wanakuja kutusumbua. Tumetengeneza hii maji kwa miezi 6.
Oh, that video cracks me up. So the idea is, he takes his sunglasses off, and of course, once they make eye contact, the guy completely relents. He's like, oh, sorry for shouting all that stuff at you and waving guns and stuff. It's just, to me, it's like the archetype. It's just like, it's so over the top and ridiculous. It just makes me laugh. If someone's about to shoot you, just take your sunglasses off and they'll be like, whoa, sorry, bud, didn't realize you had eyes. My bad. Yeah, he's just saying, you've stolen my fucking sunglasses. Those are my sunglasses. Look, it's got my name written along the side. Tony's sunglasses. I am Tony. Are you Tony? No. I mean, look. Okay, bruh, the thing is, we have British Army adverts where we talk to people before shooting them. All the American adverts are like, you're not going to have to do that. You're just going to shoot them. You just get to shoot them. There's no need to talk in the army. You just shoot. Like the US Army version of that ad, the guy starts shouting and they call in an airstrike and just kill them all. Who remembers that game? Was it America's Army? That was like a recruitment tool. Nonsense Ninja, I don't think that's correct. The original DayZ was an armor mod. Or do you mean the DayZ standalone DayZ was just a mod of America's Army? Hey, a lot of people bought DayZ standalone. It was one of the first big Steam, like, multi-million sale games, I think. I stopped pulling pints and started pushing myself. I was reading about the troubles that the American military is having finding recruits. 1898 your change. Tell you what, have 19. So we must have sold a big card. I did play Operation Flashpoint. That was when I played that, I was working at BAE, and we had, how much can I say? We had a testing facility for a vehicle that was a sort of, I don't think it was proprietary. I think we'd bought it. That let you drive around. And we displayed the 3D world on screens inside the test vehicle, which was just a wooden thing we'd built. And the controls and everything were like they would be in the real vehicle. And the 3D world that they had was so dog shit that it was just awful. It was really, really awful. There was no AI. The units just did nothing. Because you don't want them to shoot back, you know. But occasionally they would, and it would take you by surprise. We had to demo it to, you know, people, senior people who'd come in and see what we were up to. We'd be like, well, this. What have I done wrong here? You need another 5p. Sorry, sir. And at the same time, Operation Flashpoint came out. And I brought my copy in, because this would have been on CD, and I installed it on one of the computers down in the lab. And I was like, look at this. This is to my boss. I was like, why aren't we using something like this? Because this looks much cooler. And he was like, you're right. Try and figure out a way to make what we've got work with that. And unfortunately, not being good with computers, I couldn't. So when no one was in the lab, I just fucking played it on the work computers. But you could do it now. With all the mods and shit, you could absolutely do it now. £10. Well, I think we've done good business today because we sold some fancy cards. Clint, you're putting in a fucking good shift, mate. What on? Anyway, it's a thing about how America is struggling with recruits because, obviously, to be in the Marines or the Army or whatever, you need to have a certain... First of all, they want you to have a certain baseline level of physical fitness. So they expect you to be under a certain weight, to be able to run a certain distance at a certain speed and do a certain number of push-ups and pull-ups. And then they're like, okay, this is enough for us to work with. And within a reasonable amount of time, we'll get you to a fit enough state that you can be a serviceable member of the armed forces. I mean, the rate at which people go from being, average to very fit in the military is obviously very quick because A, most people joining are young, and B, these are like every single day you're doing fitness training of some kind. Like it's not like there's days where you're just sitting around doing fuck all. Even just marching is going to be hard work. It's something. You're going to do some exercise every day. Whether you're doing, like whatever you're doing, it's going to be physical activity. So unless and this is basic. Certainly when I spoke to Cap about his time in basic, he was like, yeah, it's really fucking hard. And Cap wasn't like frontline. He ended up doing, I think he did logistics or something like that. But essentially you have to do your basics. And the requirements also include, I think you have to have a certain education level or pass some kind of test where they're like, all right, this person can speak and read enough. And obviously if you're not a genius or you're not one of the cleverer guys, you'll just be a grunt. That's fine. The army has room for people that aren't the smartest but can learn to fight and everything. But they've had to relax those requirements so much because, first of all, people just aren't looking to join, which is a problem. Love, look, I know you're nervous. The store's closed. You're not going to find a game. I can't play you. When the mod when the dev updates the game, then we can have a game. But for now, you're just gonna have to go home. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It sucks, but I've got important business stuff to do. Look at this place. Look at these empty stock shelves. They don't stock themselves. You know what I'm saying? Packs. Must open packs. They don't use the other door because I turned the sign around on it saying don't use this door. And I don't want that. I don't want that because if they come through that door, we have to have additional destinkifiers. But yeah, the US Army is struggling because a lot of young people just don't want to join. Because why would you? I mean, it's like probably going to be sent off to war. Probably going to be blown up by artillery or a drone or God knows what. I think a lot of people have probably lost faith in the idea that the American military is fighting some noble fight. A lot of the time we're probably thinking, geez, why? I don't want to do that. I don't want to go fight some people that I have no problem with. You know, over the years that's become increasingly a thing where people think, I don't want to fucking go and fight in Afghanistan. That looks like shit. And there's a lot more, I think, documented returning veterans saying it was fucking horrible. I have PTSD. They don't look after their veterans very well. You know, you have things like, if anyone remembers, I think they called it Iraq War Syndrome. Anyone remember this? This was a big thing in the 90s and the 2000s. These guys that went over there, they burnt a load of shit. They had all these big pits where they burnt shit and had people standing over the smoke tending to it. And it was basically all just carcinogenic shit that they were breathing in. And the people got really, really, really sick. And it's like they really resisted paying out. Like they always do. Like if you've seen Jon Stewart chasing the first responders for 9/11, had a whole bunch of terrible health conditions because think of all the fucking shit that's in a building. And when that building falls over, you're breathing in all that shit. You know what I mean? Just toxic shit. And they were like, loads of them were getting sick, and the Congress or the Senate, I don't know the fucking difference, had some big problem where they were like, oh no, we don't want to pass this bill. And he went down there with a bunch of them and was like, you're gonna fucking do this, and campaigned for it and got it. And a bunch of the guys had died before this came through, and he was like super pissed off about that. But I think the firefighters gave him a jacket and everything. Like it's very moving. You should watch it if you haven't seen it. His speech before a committee where he's basically having a fucking pop at them is incredible. So if you're a vet or you're a first responder or something like that, on the job, maybe you're reasonably looked after. But certainly once you something goes wrong and you're injured or something like that, fuck you. There's no profit in it. So I think that puts a lot of people off. We need... Right, let's do this one at a time. Board games. We don't need any of the claim, but we need everything else. Oh, we don't need any of the ones with the black border. Okay. So we need a couple of you. A couple of you. A couple of you. Don't need any of those. Done. This is gonna be tedious, but it's got to be done. I'm also tempted to put some more shelves in. I don't know if that equals more customers or not. Okay, stars. I think we need basically every kind of plushie. Let's get some of those. You should be able to buy a trolley and put all this shit in, because this is probably the most tedious part of the game. In fact, is that a thing I can get? No. Oh, wait a sec. I wonder if we can... Nuts. Man, if you could have done it through the window, that would have been a nice little hack. Whoops, just do this. Stop doing that. Stop doing that immediately. Holy macaroni, Batman. It's going to be tedious, but it has to be done, team. It has to be done. Oh, you go there. Man, this is probably the most tedious part of the game. Tell me I'm wrong. We have a stocker, but they're not very quick and they don't order. So you have to order stuff manually. Which is slightly tedious, but it is what it is. So, I mean, you can order it and pop it on the street and they'll bring it in. But you kind of want them to be putting stuff on shelves. I don't really want them spending their day bringing boxes in when I want them to fucking put shit on the shelves. No, you cannot. I will not rotate them. I refuse. We're going to open a lot of packs. Hopefully we'll get some cool cards. Would have you frustrated? It's quite relaxing, really. And to treat myself, once the day is finished and I've stocked the shelves and got everything in order, I open packs. Because this is the real fun part, is pulling the cards, getting a high value card and selling it. Is there a pawn shop simulator? 4400. I think it would be fun to have a game where people bring in random objects and you have to try and evaluate them and give them a certain amount for the... And then maybe, you know... Pawn. A pawn shop. Not porn. Not porn. Porn. A pawn shop. I mean, I'm sure that there's a... The problem is, here's the thing. A lot of these games are made very cheaply, right? Where, like, with a bit more effort, slightly bigger dev team, slightly better graphics, it could be really big. But they always use this engine, seemingly. Everybody moves really slowly. And it's kind of like... I think they're missing out. Because if you had a game where it was like container opening, where you pay to go to a container yard and bid on the container and then you open it, and you have to go through and figure out what's in there, opening things, find a safe, you know, that'd be quite fun. Like a storage hunter thing, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's all the same pre-made shit. Because they're like, can I make a game that's cheap and will sell a bunch and basically pay for my mortgage? This game's probably done a ton. I mean, how's it doing on Steam? It is overwhelmingly positive, 10,000 likes. This game's done great, right? This guy's made a ton. But it's probably just one guy, right? Barn Finders is terrible. They miss out. They miss out on what makes the games fun. All of these games. I'll give you an example, okay? There was a game called Checkpoint or Border Guard, something like that. Almost the same engine. And people's cars come in, and much like Papers, Please, every day there's like, check their ID, these things are banned. These license plates need to be looked out for. We've had a tip-off that people are smuggling this, that, and the other. Contraband police. But then, for no reason, they also tacked on chases, gunfights, missions. I don't want any of that shit. I don't want any of that shit. I want this. Like, this would suck if you also had to have chases down the street chasing people who'd stolen stuff, right? If you had to keep an eye out for thieves. This game is simple, and the loop is really satisfying. Stocking up your shop, opening packs, selling the expensive cards, collecting cards. That's fun, right? So if you had a pawn shop simulator, you want a game where the loop is people come in and pawn their stuff, you have to evaluate it, give them money for it, and then if they don't come back after a lot of time, you can then sell it. That would be fun. But this is good because it has the progression system, right? It's got expanding your shop. But you're not expanding your shop just to fulfill some other part of the game. You're expanding your shop so you can sell more shit. It's a satisfying game. In a lot of those games, the stuff that you have to expand is like, you can expand your living quarters. It's like, does that have an effect on the game? No, it doesn't. Or they've added some shit on, like, you have to sleep and you have to eat a certain amount. It's just like rubbish. Like, I want a game where I have storage stuff. I go to auctions for storage containers, bid on them, open them, and hope I make a profit. That would be fun. Yeah, like if they added cleaning up rubbish, or the fact you had to mop the floor, it's like, that's not fun. I think you basically want to, whatever your core gameplay loop is, make it as varied as possible, and have things that you unlock as you go along. Like in the Storage Wars thing, it would be, you get tools so you can unlock safes, right? Or metal detectors so that you can, you know, pan over stuff and see if there's metal in there, or I don't know, whatever the fuck. Certain things that you can repair. So you get like a workbench for repairing furniture. So you can repair old furniture that you find in the storage lockers. Yeah, you get like a scrapyard guy. You give him the stuff as a scrap. He turns up in a van. You've got a heap of things. You're like, scrap all this. And he goes away, bang, comes back. Here's the money we got for the scrap. That'd be fun. You just, the thing is, what you have to focus on is not having a basic storage box opener and then add a bunch of other shit like driving to the storage yards. You want to just have tons and tons and tons of assets and things you can find and almost puzzles that you solve to unlock things in the storage lockers. I think that's the mistake a lot of them make, is they end up giving you busy work instead of stuff that feeds the base game loop. Storage Hunter Simulator, let's have a look. I mean, these games to me are more fun. Anything where I get to sell shit. Storage Hunter Simulator. You go out, you have a big warehouse, you sell stuff. It kind of looks like that. I don't like the look of it is like, welcome to Memphis or whatever. I like this one because it feels pretty neutral. Bonfinders is terrible. Terrible. I think I had it. I think I got that. If not, there was one where you had to go to old houses and look around for stuff. And it's just tedious. Woo! So we spent quite a lot of money on stock, but we did need it. Yeah. Need to fit more shelves in somehow. Nuts. What have we got? A lot of? Loads of these. We don't care, we just want customers. Just get them in the door. Oh, we hit level 35. Nice. Oh no! Expanded the wrong bloody bit. Wait, we got rid of that corner. Alright, cool. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Burp. Burp, burp, burp. Burp, 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 burp. Yes, I know I could have used doubles, but I don't care. Now we got to fill these shelves. What do we want to put on here? Stock order. Can we get new cards yet? Is there an exciting new card? Level 40, fuck off. Playmats. Just another piece of crap for them to buy, isn't it? You can put stuff on empty shelves. Go for it, bub. We're gonna get tables to play the games at? What, you mean in the games room? I wonder if you can play people for keepsies. So let's say you have your collection of cards. Here's what they should have, in my opinion, is that you played people at the game, and as long as the computer is competent at the game, you can play, and the winner gets to keep the card of their choice from the loser's deck. It's like playing for pink slips. Yeah, but you have to have a certain value deck to play them. So the game that you're playing, you sit down and you play, and they're like, my deck is worth X amount. If you want to play me, you have to have a deck of equal or higher value, or within a threshold. Because I'm not going to play you with my super awesome expensive deck, and you come and get lucky and beat me with your dog shit deck, because that's not worth it for me. So they're like, in order to enter this game against this guy, you need to have a deck of this value. So then there's actually a point to collecting the good cards and not selling them. Because then you're essentially earning all this money and opening this shop with a view to being able to just play. And your staff manage the shop, and you just handle the stock levels and win tourneys. Oh, I think we sold a big card. When you say an existing mobile game, people were talking about that. Do you mean this is the mobile game, or Tetramon is the mobile game? So I would have loved to play more Squad, but it keeps crashing on me. I can't play it for more than an hour before it crashes. Also, the way you shoot at the moment seems fucking terrible. What is she planning with 4 plushies and several cans of deodorant? The problem with Hell Let Loose is quite a few of the maps just fucking suck. Like, they really suck. To the point where it's like not even fun. Do you know what I mean? You're just like, oh my god, not this map. Any Hearts of Iron on the horizon? Probably not. This needs to be controllable. It'd be nice if you could buy a laptop and that shows you prices and you can adjust prices on your laptop instead of having to go to each individual bloody thing. Right, let's try... Oh, can you fuck off? Are you kidding me? Let's try this. No games tomorrow. Only shop. Yeah, my computer was like, holy shit, this is killing us. So we're on 18,000. We're not going to spend any money. Let's see how much we can make. These should all be paying customers. There's no games to sit on. You just shop. I haven't looked at any mods because they're all on Nexus mods and I can't be asked. I just feel like the changes they made to squads, some of them were amazing. Like, I love the new faction, the PMC faction with the SUVs and everything. That was cool. But there are so many things. Same with Hell Let Loose. I feel like there is a stubbornness to some game devs where they're stubborn about something, or they listen to the community who are hardcore and love the game and wouldn't quit over this but make a big deal about it. For example, how hard it is to tell one faction from another. It's almost impossible. First of all, you very rarely see the enemies up close anyway. Second of all, with the PMCs, we were up against the Turkish army. The PMCs are all wearing random gear, because obviously they're PMCs. The Turkish soldiers, depending on what role they are, they have different uniforms. So it can be hard to tell. Who the fuck am I shooting? I would say half the time, fully half the time I was killed, it was by friendlies who then helped me up. That's not good. Like, that's not good. Right, but Toby, here's the problem. They've fucked it with this most recent update, and everybody's super pissed off. And if you look at the ratings, you can look at ratings over time for games. It's tanked. I mean, as a game, a good rounder squad is as good as it gets in multiplayer gaming. I really believe that. It's so fucking good. The sound effects, the visuals, the feeling that you're in a big battle, the variety of things you're up against is brilliant. But telling who is who shouldn't be that hard. And I think a lot of the time they're like, well, the Chinese army wears this uniform, it wouldn't be correct. No one cares, dude. No one cares. And if they do, they don't really care. Like, if you said, we're making the uniforms more recognizable, no one is going to be like, well, this is the final straw. I was only playing this because the uniforms were accurate. Of course not. Of course not. Anyone that deranged is going to be in such a tiny minority. Right, but World War II enthusiasts, what is one thing that is consistent in these games? The uniforms are easily recognizable. In Hell Let Loose, I never have a problem. The Germans wear grey, the Americans wear green, the Brits wear kind of a tan colour, and the Russians wear a kind of a tan colour, but since they never fight each other, it's not a problem. I'm wearing green, they're wearing grey. We're wearing grey, they're wearing tan. Easy. Easy. In fucking Squad, it's like, well, they're wearing the same colour uniform as us, but their hats are slightly different. Could we not? You need to look for the safety catch on their gun. Theirs is green. Great. So when I come around a corner and see a lad and I'm like, is that friendly? It's just not good for the experience. 84. You need 3 more pounds, so don't you? I see you've bathed today. We appreciate it. Squad also has markers, but they're not consistent. Full action on the horizon. I did two Games Night recordings, and neither of them has come out yet. Unless one came out. Let me just check. Unless one came out. No, the most recent one was we made a Transformers tabletop game. So I recorded one back in June? And I recorded one when I went down. Actually, I've recorded 2. And I think there's another mystery quest. Maybe that started going out, the Cthulhu one. I don't think it's bolt. I don't think neither of them is bolt action. Neither of them is bolt action. I don't play any tabletop gaming outside of going to Bristol. So one thing I think people might be annoyed by is in a lot of the shots I'm doodling. And I do that when I'm doing role-playing games where we're not in the same location, like we've split up. I try my best not to pay attention because I want to make sure that I don't make any of my decisions in a gamey kind of way. I want to make sure that I only know what my character would know. So I kind of try to ignore when people are playing and my character isn't involved. And it also, because I'm terminally blabbermouthed, other people are playing and I'll be chucking in jokes and being a dick. And it's like, could you shut up and let other people talk and play? So I just try to stay out of it. So, yeah, that if I look distracted, I'm purposefully distracting myself. Also, if you give me a piece of paper and a pencil, I will fuck around. I don't have paper and pen or pencil to hand very often. So when I'm given the chance, I can't help myself. I think we've made more money today with just the shop. Oh shit, what a mate. No one bought those. You guys should see Month's shop. He has one shelf. Or he has a couple of shelves and only one product. He just sells the most expensive thing. Yeah, MJ. I feel like that is that is the issue. It's not COD! If you want to play COD, go play COD! Kind of attitude. I intend to get a new computer. Maybe before the end of the year, I'm not sure, we'll see. And then maybe it'll run better on that. This machine is pretty creaky at this point. I put it through quite a lot. Like, I wonder if I did any damage to it when I had, well, he was probably throwing the box away, Brap Sam, because empty boxes go in the bin. I had power problems, if anyone remembers, at the start of a couple of years ago. I got a new graphics card, and I didn't have the power to handle it. So I think... And shit would, like, break and stuff, and I was getting power spikes and things. I wonder if I fucked something on the motherboard at that point. Alright. Let's do some ordering. We need... deodorant. Card backs were okay. White dice. We need red packs. Yellow packs. Blue packs. Red boxes. We need... Wait, what is that? Oh, we've got some. That was weird. green? Oh, it's these. The starter packs do well. We need some of those. These do very well. Figurines, we need stars and basic pigs. And board games, we need... We'll just buy one of each. Actually, we'll leave the we'll leave that to Angus. Yeah, no, I don't. I think I'm on AMD right now. But I might not be. The outcome of the No Tables trial is we made a lot more money. Tempted to hire another stocking guy. Where is he? This is him. Where is he? That's not him. This is Benji. Benji? Benji? Here's Benji. Benji? Are you Benji? We got a Benji here? Benj? Benji. Restock shelves. Let's see if they complain. Nope. Your change, sir. Three of the same playmat. Here, keep the change. Like, what you want to have is a little laptop with a desk. And on it, you can just look at the prices of everything. and the market price of everything and make adjustments on the laptop rather than have to go to each shelf individually, because that's tedious. I don't want to use a mod. I want it to be in the game. Speaking of which, thinking of starting another XCOM playthrough. It's been too long. Don't know whether to loot. Long War is very tempting. Because it's so hard. I've never beaten it. Not even come close. Man, we sold out of singles.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Joe Jagger just Zubed for Van Simmons,
Merci.
Hot Dame Van Sitmont.
There is no XCOM 3. It will never happen, sadly. Did you play Xenonauts 2, Period? Dog shit. Oh, there's a game like that. It's called Crime Boss Miami City. Dog shit. Oh, there's a new game coming. Dog shit. I want XCOM 3. I don't think that's asking too much. You play Tactical Breach, which is nothing like XCOM. Nothing like XCOM. There is no XCOM game. There's nothing coming out that feels like XCOM. Mars Tactics is the closest I'm going to get. I'm looking forward to that. Mars Tactics kind of looks like Laser Squad, if anyone ever played Laser Squad. Why is it? We had a dev in chat, I think, talking about this. And first of all, I've spoken to a lot of game devs, alright? They all think they know best. I'll put that out there. They all think they know best. They're like, oh no, you've got to have this, you've got to have that. And then you look at games like this, and you think, nobody fucking figured this out, apart from this one guy. If you pitch this to most people, they'd be like, I don't get it. Because game devs are like that. So you say, can you fucking, one of you just make an XCOM 3? I'm like, oh yeah, but you can't make it too much like XCOM. It's like, yeah, you can. You will sell a ton. If you come up with a game that's like XCOM and call it fucking YCOM, and it's basically the same, but better, you'd sell. No one's going to bitch about it. Oh, this really good game is annoyingly good. It's too similar to another game I really enjoyed. Do you know why I know that? Because no one, when XCOM 2 came out, went, why, this is just like XCOM 1, but better. No, they went, thank God, a sequel to one of my favourite games. And it's better. That's it. That's all we want. It's not like a movie where people will say you're ripping it off. It's a game. No one gives a shit. Look at fucking FIFA. It's the same game every year. People complain about that, but they still buy it. Sorry, EAFC. Didn't get good reviews, did it? How is the FIFA football game doing? Didn't they boot? Wasn't it UEFA or FIFA or whatever said to EA, we want to make our own game, you guys can fuck off? And now they're making their own, isn't that right? How's that going? What I'm saying, Sharo, is this, okay? I will go on a little podcast mini rant now. Okay? Here is what XCOM is at its core. It is a squad-based game, right? You have your squad of lads. You have missions. There's an overall quest. In this case, to destroy the Shadow Project or whatever. And it's got RPG-ish elements where you level up your lads and you choose abilities for them. And you get equipment, you upgrade your base. That's the core of XCOM. Right? Here's what makes it great. Is that you start off with basic weapons. And the weapons that you upgrade to feel cooler. What have you got? We've got pasties. Where are they?
They're in the fridge, but they're heating up.
We'll heat them up.
No, I already have my lunch. You can we'll have them tomorrow for lunch.
Oh, fine. From the West Country.
Philip's Bakery.
Fuck yes. So here's what makes XCOM great. Okay. First of all, there is a sort of Hollywood element to the action. All right. Your units feel heroic. You get attached to them. They do cool shit like kicking doors down. All right. They have the cool animations when they aim and when they kill people. It's fun. It feels cool. The unit, the look of it feels cool. But the thing is, the battles feel interesting because it's not just dull dice rolling. You feel like you can solve this round, but it's not a puzzle. So sometimes you're just shooting lads, but other times you're like, oh shit, how do I get this guy out of here? All right, I'll zipline this guy over here, and I'll use his ability to give a squad mate an additional turn. Then that guy can throw a flashbang, and this guy can throw a smoke grenade, and it's like you're solving the problem. And sometimes you're like, shit, we've got to bug out. So you have to call in the dropship and try desperately to get your guys out. Someone's carrying a body because it's got the armor on there, you want to get out. These little dramatic moments emerge because it's brilliant, because it's brilliantly designed, right? But essentially you could have that in a World War II game. You could have that in a game set in modern day, criminal empire versus criminal empire. You could have that. The key thing with XCOM is that the new things you come up against have new attack styles. So you start off with just the lads that shoot at you, the lads that throw grenades at you, and the lads that psychically take you over. But then you get snakes who can pull you to them. and spit poison. And then you get guys that can teleport. And then you get these big units that can destroy buildings by walking through them. So that's scaling up. It feels cool, right? And you need that. So the game needs to have enemies that, as you progress through the game, you're now up against not just tougher enemies, but a new kind of enemy that does new shit. And a lot of these games don't get that. They don't understand that. They don't understand that what makes XCOM fun is that I get attached to my units in a way that you don't in, say, Phoenix Point. Because even when your lads level up, the skills they get are dog shit. Like super boring dog shit. The gunplay and the fighting in that game is unbelievably tedious. Unbelievably tedious. You have to manage stuff that you don't care about. Not just one base. You've got to manage a bunch of other fucking bases. Like, it's just... You feel the difference when you get new tech in XCOM. Because it's stuff like a zip line. So now I can zip up here and my sniper is ready to go. Things like better armor. Things like points that make me immune to poison and fire. New grenades, like poison grenades and flame grenades and shit. Fun shit like that. Why is that so hard? Why do all these other games come along and miss the mark? Like, they'll come along and be like, it's like a XCOM style combat. But it's not. Okay? Because when you get into the fights, it's like a quest. So each map is different, and it's more like you're playing a series of scenarios rather than almost the repetitive grind of XCOM is what makes you get attached to certain units. Because they're like your go-to A-team. It's like, all right, this is going to be a tough mission. We're going to send in the A-team. I know what it's going to be. We're going to get this guy from here to there. It's going to be rough, but the A-team are up to it because I've seen them do it before. Not, we cleared that level. What's the next level? Ooh, now it's moving platforms. Because they've run out of ideas for making it fun. Yes, Phoenix Point was dog shit. So I think that XCOM is not a puzzle game the way that Tactical Breach Wizards is, the way that Chimera Squad was. These are puzzle games. Not that dissimilar to Into the Breach, which is great. I love that. Puzzle games are great. But I want squad-based, semi-grindy repetition of action that is fun. That's it. I don't think that's crazy. I really don't. And it's just apparently fucking impossible to do. Nobody's doing it. Nobody's doing it. It's right there. Copy that. Copy that. But they don't. They all have their own big ideas. That's what I'm saying. It's ego. You can't just copy XCOM. Yeah, you fucking can. XCOM wasn't original. They copied what went before. They copied shit like Laser Squad. They copied the original XCOM. And they made it better. Xenonauts 2 was shit. Looked like shit, played like shit, shit. Absolutely abysmal. Wasteland 3 was dreadful. So tedious. Here's a thing you never have to do in XCOM. Walk around a fucking map. Click on NPCs in a town. Right, Baldur's Gate, it worked because Baldur's Gate was fucking amazing and every aspect of it was perfectly done. But not every game can be Baldur's Gate. Because Baldur's Gate is like a AAA RPG. I'm not expecting, why isn't this game like Baldur's Gate? Because we played that Solasta. Solasta was wank, but it was also pretty fun. Because the thing they got right was, the combat is fun. Feels like D&D. Just like Baldur's Gate. The combat in Baldur's Gate is fun as hell. Jagged Alliance 3 was so tedious. So tedious. Phantom Brigade was okay. It didn't scratch any kind of XCOM itch. The problem with Phantom Brigade is they had a cool idea, and then it just ran out of steam very quickly. There was no escalation. I did play Pillars 2. It was alright. Again, an awful lot of walking around. Like in Jagged Alliance, there are some maps where you just have to literally spawn in on one point and walk around until you figure out where the enemies are. And it's like, it's immersive, it's like a role-playing game. It's tedious. It's tedious as hell. And of course, that big bugbear of mine, ammo. Having ammo. Because sometimes you just can't get the ammo for your gun. So you're like, cool. Just can't use this cool gun then. Why give it to me? Like, I hate it when a game gives you a cool gun, but 3 rounds. So you're like, yeah, you can't use this yet. It's like, why'd you give it to me? Ammo sucks in these games. Never ever have ammo. Like, think about in XCOM what makes it fun is that I don't make decisions based on how many bullets do I have left overall in the world. I think, how is this going to affect my turn? If I reload now, I won't be able to move. And I need to move, so I won't be able to shoot that guy, so I'll need someone else. It's like, that's the puzzle you want from reloading, not, shit, I didn't manufacture the right shells for this shotgun. That's boring. That's not a fun decision. All that tedious make work shit. Like, there have been times when I've had a unit that like a soldier who I'm like, oh shit, we can't lose this guy. So you run some dog shit lad over there, hoping to draw their fire. Wrath of the Righteous, problem with that game. First of all, one of the battles you have early on has no place 3 hours into or 2 hours into this game. Right? No place. It's the one that goes on for like 3 hours. You're defending the pub. It's just waves and waves and waves of enemies. And I was playing a spellcaster. Right? Burned through all my spells. And I was just standing there firing my crossbow very badly. I'd played it, and of course I thought, I'll play a sorcerer. That sounds like fun. Don't really play sorcerers very often. I'll be like a battle mage. All the enemies in that game, because you're fighting against demons, which you don't know at the start, oh, they're immune to magic. Oh, your spells are useless here. Just like, fuck me. I don't want to have to start again. But yeah, it had real potential. But then it had that stuff like the army management thing. Dreadful, dreadful. Just half-assed war game thing. Awful. I mean, if people enjoy manufacturing ammo, I'll be honest with you, it's not in XCOM. Who gives a shit? No one is saying, man, the The community is crying out for an XCOM mod where you have to manufacture ammo for your guns. No, nobody gives a shit. What's the #1 thing that people mod in that game? Cool outfits for their guys. That's massive. People love that. Because you get attached to your lads. Big anime titties is a thing. But it's like, that's great. People aren't modding in ways to fix the game. There are things that they do modify for sure. But it's like, let's add some cool new guns. Let's add some more cool classes. Let's add some more cool outfits. That's great. That's what you want the modding community to be focused on, right? You could go for a game where you just make ammo. Ammo manufacturer simulator. Can we get a good poll, please? We haven't had one in a few days. It's been a while. What a load of shit. Yep, very good blurb. Hilarious. My door's on the other side. Lamau. The way they look startled when they come in and the auto smeller, desmells them. Right, I need the toilet and some water. Oh, I think I can just... Oh no, there'll be people. Is anyone coming to my till? Yes, damn it. Go to the other till. This checkout's closed. Dick. I'm actually on my break, but I'll serve you.
Yeah, I went to eat a sandwich. And you? I had a pizza with the girls.
On Radio 2, which I think is on the search list.
Yeah, that's right.
Is it Steve Wright still?
No, it's Jeremy Fine, isn't it?
Jeremy, it is Jeremy Fine, you're right. Tea and gin. It's everywhere. Mr. Zero, I finished that game, which was rare for me, and that was enough. At no point did I feel the need to play more. Is that them being angry about having a queue? That's a big sale. I'm out tonight. I ain't covering shit. Clint. Clint, mate, you could put the fucking light on occasionally. Bit worried about the size of bill we're gonna have to pay in a little bit. Gears Tactics? What, Gears of War? No interest. Not a setting I like. I got as high as Platinum, I think, this season. Didn't I? Platinum 1? Some very sweaty decks. Very expensive looking cards. People who've got all the fancy art for all the cards and shit. Good job, Clint. Love these late customers. I feel like you get two rushes. You get a rush in the morning, and then last thing in the day, you get another big rush. people on their way home from work, you know? I do feel like shutting down the tables has definitely affected how much moolah we make. Because instead of them just sitting at the table for half a day and paying 30 quid, they're coming and buying stock, which is just more profit. Because even though the tables, you know, they definitely pay for themselves and it's a little bit of steady income early on, I think eventually you just want to have tons of stock, shove it out on the shelves as fast as you can. So we hired 2 workers for that and just go off volume. There doesn't seem to be any long-term accounting. You just have to see how much you made that day. Not that I've found, anyway. Oh! Ah. Okay, this is an issue. When he said, do you want us to stock the empty shelves? I thought they meant that they would put things on the shelves. But they mean they'll put stock on these. That is a little bit annoying. Alright, now we've got to pay some bills. This is when we're in trouble. Basically, we need big pulls today. Come on, baby. Last few days, we've just had shit. I mean, that ain't cutting it. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Have you guys, I don't know if you're on TikTok, have you seen this guy? He does videos about etiquette. He's a British guy. Blonde. Yeah, he's quite posh. Oh, that's 1,200. That's something. Maybe our luck is turning. He did one about biscuits today. Kind of gave himself away a little bit. He said, I've been asked when is the correct time to dunk one's biscuit in a cup of tea or coffee. And the correct time is, and he goes to dip the biscuit, and he's like, never. You must never do it. It's frightfully common. And I was like, alright, dude. I mean, I'm not a dunker. I've never dunked biscuits or anything in tea or coffee. It is very working class. But he's saying it like that's why you don't do it. I don't do it because I didn't grow up that way. Like when I used to go to my mate's house for dinner, and we'd have white bread with butter on it alongside whatever we were having, and cups of tea. I didn't drink tea. And they were flabbergasted. Now a stroopwafel is different. What I do with a stroopwafel is you put it over the coffee. So you have your coffee mug, and you rest the stroopwafel on top. No, I'm not. I mean, in terms of, this is the funny thing about class, right? That I think people don't understand about the British class system, if you want to call it that. Let's call it, I don't even want to call it tradition. The British class structure, if you like, is that when we were living in the States, we were definitely middle class. My dad was a professional, he was a computer professional, like IT professional. My mum didn't work. 2 kids at a, let me think, big 2-bedroom house in a middle class part of Queens. A lot of aspirational people there, a lot of immigrants who were like first generation but doing well. Store owners, lawyers, you know, that kind of thing. It wasn't like a posh part because it's Queens, but it was, for Queens, it was pretty middle class, mixed with working class. But it was like an area that was like on the up, and people were going to move there, and then they were going to move out to Flushing. So it was a lot of young families, a middle class area. But then when we moved to Bournemouth, the area that we lived in was quite middle class, because my dad basically secured the house for my mum, helped us to get a house. But my mum was a cleaner and worked in a shop and then worked in a call centre because she had no qualifications. That was what she did. We had no money, I had second-hand school uniform. I never ever had anything first-hand apart from shoes. All my clothes were very cheap. We never went on holiday. We didn't have a car. We were broke all the time, and I always had to work. If I wanted any money, I had to get a job. Pretty working class. But I went to a good school. But that's it. We were essentially working class, right? I mean, we were definitely as poor as a lot of working class people are. But my mum refused to accept that we were. And things like dunking your biscuit in your tea, or eating dinner in front of the telly on your lap, or various other things that she decided were too common, she didn't allow. You know what I mean? So that's the difference, is that I've got mates who are working class upbringing and have done very well for themselves, and a lot of the things that they still do and the way they talk is very working class in the slang that they use, the strength of their accent, and you know, the stuff they eat and the places they go on holiday. They're working class. Their interests. That's the weird thing about it. It's not about money. Or not only about money. It's about a combination of factors. And please don't take this as a defense of class. But there are differences between people in the UK, lower class, middle class, upper class. But you should say working class, really. There are just cultural differences. When we were living in New York, we were renting because we were looking to buy. We hadn't been there that long. I lived there for 8 years. And we lived in Flushing, in a place that was a dive. And then we moved up to Queens. But bear in mind that we were essentially immigrants, right? And I think my dad was on some kind of green card or something like that. Some kind of work visa for the company. But the problem is, if something went wrong with that, and we had to move back home, we were stuck with all their money tied up in a house. So I think that might have been an issue. So we rented when we lived in the States. And then when we moved back here, my mum got a mortgage with my dad's help, I think. Because we needed somewhere to live. We were living with my grandmother for almost a year, which was great. She had an amazing house. She was old money, in the sense that her family had money, but she didn't have any. She just rented this huge house out to old people. What are we lacking on the old Shelveroonies? I think stock-wise we're good. We didn't get any good picks. Well, we're going to need to do our best with what we've got. I think it's quite common in the States for people to rent. There was a big push over here in the 80s that everybody had to buy. I think that's one of the reasons that the property market is so fucked. And it's still a thing now where people are like, oh, gotta buy. It's like a big part of Thatcher politics, and the Thatcher government was getting people to buy houses. I'm not sure why. They were kind of obsessed with it. So remember, the reason we are short money is because we had to spend a ton on wages. Well, Crusader, isn't there a bigger story to that? Like, on its own, that statistic is meaningless. I mean, is it because their population is very low and there's a lot of properties? It sure ain't that they're very rich. I mean, I know that a lot of... I watched a documentary about young Albanians that all want to come here. Either Albania or like some other parts of Europe, but a lot to the UK. That's their goal. So I guess it's like a kind of brain drain, you know? I mean, I know there are quite a few countries in Europe where the downside to freedom of movement when you're in the EU is a lot of your brightest and best will fuck off. And you're like, oh shit. All of our graduates move to Germany or the UK or whatever because they can make more. You should see the prices of stuff in New York. Holy God. Just take the 50. Property guesser. Let's play that in a minute. I want to do another one of those mornings with lids where we played all those games. That was fun. I think she did genuinely believe in what she was doing. However, you could say that about Pol Pot. It doesn't make it right. Saying that someone had commitment to their beliefs and, oh well, you know, at least they genuinely believed in it. If it's still having a shitty effect on huge swathes of the country, I think that's the most dog shit fucking compliment you could pay. Well, at least she truly believed in it. Yeah, but to the detriment of millions of people. It's in whatever you want it in, Toe Clouds. I mean, it's come to something when our modern politicians, we're saying about, you know, politicians who were probably pretty bloody awful back in the day. Well, at least they were committed to their beliefs. I mean, that's the state of politics. No, if you want to have Turkish lira, I'm sure Turkish lira is in the game. Maybe it's not, actually. Whatever you want. I wonder if SEK is in the game. Or the Danish kroner. I love it when they come and just go BLAM! And they put like 500 quid's worth of boxes down. Glorious. We can go up to level 50, but it's going to take forever. Like in the last 2 days, we've gone up 1 level, I think. What can we get at level 36? Anything cool? You're going to be level 40 for the Epic Destiny pack, and level 50 for that. What if we just sit here until we've sold absolutely everything? Oh, I've been opening packs. I got the Open 1000 Packs achievement yesterday. I think you do get a little XP when they stand up, yeah. But it definitely cuts down on the number of customers you get in the shop. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but we're busy all day with other checkouts. Oh my god. Exorbitant card prices? Our card prices are not exorbitant, sir. See, that was a close one. British money is pretty plasticky too. Here's a 20. You can wash it. It's plastic. Like it's very... I don't know if it's even more plastic. I don't see how it could be. But you can put these, you can just fucking do anything with them. They don't get... They do get creased. And seemingly once they're creased, that's it. Fred Ferd, you haven't got 20 quid to your name? Must be why you're not a subscriber. Look at all these non-subs complaining about seeing a £20 note. You're like when we went up north for a football match and we paid for a bunch of drinks with a tenner and they were fucking, a tenner? Why have none of you got fivers? And when someone pulled out a 20, they almost soiled themselves. This card is making them very unhappy. All of these cards actually are making them very unhappy. I mean, if I walk in a shop and everything else is reasonable and there's some things that are expensive, I don't go, there was an expensive thing on the shop. Ugh. I say, gosh, that's expensive. But I'll buy the other things that I can afford. Don't throw the merch. Actually, it's your merch now. You can toss it around as much as you like. Who's on the 50? The Queen. Clown. How'd you get in, mate? No, 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 Brap Sam. You find a £50 note in circulation with the king on it, mate. Bring it to me. I'll give you 100 quid if you can do it today. For some reason, they don't like having to pay, you know, any kind of markup on these cards. Right, let's order some cards for ourselves to open. What the hell is this? Did I order this? We're gonna sell everything. Once we're out of stock completely, we'll restock. I have not seen one. I've not seen any money with the king's face on. Not one. Not a coin, not a note. Do you work in a shop, Mac boy? You seen one? I haven't seen any notes with the king on. Not one. I don't know anyone that has. Maybe it's because nobody uses cash. Maybe they printed 3. I ain't sending you shit. I said to present it to me. Today. Tweet me a picture of you holding a £50 note. I ain't paying shit. I just want to see it. I retract my offer. Nothing was signed, no hands were shook. You've seen a £1 coin with a king's face on? My arse. It looked weird and you didn't like it? Do you mean the fact that his face wasn't the queen's, or the literal portrait looked weird? Yeah, he'd be king of the north. That brat son's got 50 quid. Has he, fuck? He has, I saw it. It's got king's face on. You're pulling me leg. You ain't got no 50 quid. He has. It's in dresser by side at bed. Saw it yesterday. If you go to a casino, you'll see them quite often. The guys that are like pro gamblers carry lots of 50 notes. And used cars. People that need to buy things all day long. The 50's quite handy. At the track as well, you see them at the track. You open them on the street as well? Why waste time? Alan Turing, fair enough. Nice. Good research. A good lad to have on it. Makes up a little bit for the way he was treated after the war, I guess. A little bit. Would have been nice if he'd been posthumously instead of posthumously honoured. Just humously. He's been honoured humously, not posthumously. Yeah, we're hitting a dog shit run. We haven't had a big card in days. Shit. Not hiring you again. I love the way this guy's called Axel. We want Lauren. We'll stick Lauren on the till, the other till. And then I can just crack packs all day. That's the dream. I mean, yes, it costs a lot to hire these lads. But we do make a lot of money. Damn, that's a big shop. Look at this lad. Now, let's see how big this sale is. It looks like a £400 sale. Yeah, $397.50. Man knows his shop. So there's a landlord that we know in Bristol. We hang with him a lot. Chatting to him about what running a pub is like. And the ups and downs, the challenges, how much this costs, how this works. Genuinely really interesting. Like, there's a lot of detail to running a business that... Where's the fucking... I liked having a shelf just with deodorant on for when a stinky person gets through. Like that. Are we out of juice? Oh my god. I knew something was up. Are they both on? On. Okay. How's it going, mister? Card protectors. Can't be too careful with these toys for children, can you? That £1.81 card, it might be worth £2.81 one day. You know when there's a Twitter exchange, like there's a thread, people complaining about something, and their complaint is very reasonable. Alright, just bear with me, this is going somewhere. And someone's like, look at this awful thing that happened. And someone has to be a contrarian and come in and be like, well, actually... And they're wrong. They're completely wrong. And they get dragged in the comments. 9 times out of 10 nowadays, sorry, on X, the Everything app, they are verified. They're one of those guys with the blue check mark. You look at their pinned tweet, and it's a retweet of an Elon Musk tweet. It's a picture of them. Normally a guy with the perfectly coiffured beard that just runs along the line of their chin. Very American look. And they normally list themselves as crypto and not crypto bro, crypto trader and investor. So I looked at his profile, and I looked at all his other tweets, and he was showing off one of his trades, talking about it, like as if he was like trading a tip. He said, just bought, alright, calm down, British Ewa, alright? Let's not use that name here, please. He was like, yeah, I'm a trader. And he was like, just bought $400 worth of this stock. It's like, you're not an investor, mate. You're just a mug. You're not an investor just because you buy some stock one time. That doesn't make you an investor. Well, you've got a Bitcoin, that makes you a crypto trader. You've got less than $1,000 worth of stock, now you're an investor. Fuck off. How the fuck did you get in my shop? Where's Jimbro going? Wait there, mate. No one has tried to return something they didn't even buy here, or tried to buy a £1 sleeve protector with a £100 note. Is there a £100 note? God, I've never seen one. I don't think there is there? Or is that the point? No holster for the Dio. You've lost me. Yeah, I'm an investor. I have one stock. Oh. False alarm! RBS, eh? Why does Scotland need a £100 note of all the countries? like selling non-alcoholic beer there. Waste of time, mate. Oh, when we were in, I was with Sips last week. Was it the start of this week? No, it was last week. Was it last week? Yeah, last week. He had Jersey money on him. It looks very silly. Like it's paper. It's like old paper. Have the checkouts in the back, so you couldn't have that, I don't think. Maybe you could. Problem is, I want to be able to keep an eye on the stock levels. And from here I can see everything. How much stock we got in the stock room, how much is on the shelves, whether smelly customers come in. so I guess I could put the checkout out the back there. I mean, you know what I could do? We could just have more shelves out there. Because you can have it so they only come in through one entrance. Customers don't steal things. Will they pick up stuff in here and bring it in here? Curtain, a little beaded curtain. Put the stock back in the old stockroom. I don't want to do that. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you for why. Alright? Bear with me. Bear with me. You know what? I'm going to put the singles back there. This is like the special trophy room. So here's why I don't want to do that, and why having the stock here actually makes a lot of sense. Bear with me. How slow is the stock taking, guys? The speed that they move at is a hard slow, right? There's no, you can get the best guy. This is the speed they all walk at. If they have to go all the way back here, get it off the shelf, and come all the way back out here before they stock, it sucks the life out of their stocking ability. I want them going shelf, 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 shelf. Cuts down on walk-in time. Since aesthetics does not play a part in this game, it doesn't matter we've got the shelves here. Nobody cares. But I think if we put the singles table back there, that works. Because I'm the only one who restocks that. So it doesn't matter if they wander back there. And the stinky customers still have to come through here first. Where's my personal stash? Hold on. Smelly bitch. Unbelievable. Disgusting. Expect better from our local soccer mum, who also happens to be a TCG addict. Hey! I compliment Clint all the time. He's the man. Your kids go through these like, well, like a nerd through plushies. I had to de-hose you for stinking, and then you come in here and you just spend 13 quid. That's pretty awful. I don't want to put the stock in the middle of a horseshoe layout. This is fine. Why is your guys' beef with my store? It's my store. You want to do a horseshoe bullshit? You go for it. Think how much space you're taking up with stock shelves just to have a couple of shelves in the middle. That's terrible. Don't like that at all. A sim game. Are you being served the game? That'd be amazing. Wow. People coming in super late here. If this is a single pack of cheap cards. Oh, nice. Nice, mate. That's how I like to end the day. Here's the plan. We're going to sell everything in the shop until it's completely bare. And then we can actually buy the stuff we need and put it nice and neatly laid out. Lay out the shelves all nice and neatly. It'll be glorious. No card tables. Did you notice I just sold them, Gene Phoenix Grey? I sold them. We don't want them. You don't sell more if it's laid out better. There's no change. I sold them all. I'm going to move the singles table back there. Of course, that'll be the busiest because all my customers are singles. There you go, mate. If they want to play, they can play at home. There doesn't seem to be any impulse purchase stuff. They come in, they mosey around, they complain about prices, then they buy stuff. That was my initial feelings about the Tetramon community, and now I despise them. They're a bunch of whinging babies who can't use a fucking shower. Tetramon MOBA. Tetra MOBA, surely. I feel like you can just sell whatever and they'll buy it. I mean, they're not choosy. I mean, this guy sometimes comes in and drops 4 grand on a card. Other times he comes in and buys 2 card protectors and a pack of dice. Something tells me that they just come in with an amount that they want to spend, and they walk around and pick objects up until it totals the amount they have to spend, and then they leave. But, you know, they pay and they leave. That seems to be it. There doesn't seem to be much. Like, it's not like when the new pack comes out and you can sell it, they're all buying that pack and queuing up to get it. That's the kind of detail you'd like in the shop, is that you have like a launch for the new set. Because you would expect, you know, there to be days when it's really quiet. And you would expect there to be days when it's really busy. But it's pretty much, if your shop is a certain size, you will have this many customers and they will spend this much money. So that's why it becomes kind of grindy. Because this is obviously the first iteration, more or less, of this game. What I would like to see is variation in how busy was the shop today. Like, we were fucking rammed on Friday. You know, new set came out, it was a school holiday, there was a ton of people in. Bank holiday Monday, we were open, it was fucking insane. Things like that, staff going off sick. There's no cycle whatsoever as far as I can tell. It's very... This game is much simpler than you think. Like, they didn't seem fussed about what they're buying. Like, look at the reviews. Saw some really rare cards. Love the prices. They have an awesome collection. Like, they're not saying this. The stock on offer is basically dwindling, although it's not, because we're using all the many things we've got in our stock room first. We're going to clear these shelves out and then restock. We're going to clear everything. There's not going to be a single thing left in the shop. You think they're shit face? These look like dildos. Or flashlights, maybe. No one's stealing shit. No one's stealing shit. It's quite arcane at the moment. We don't really know. As far as I can tell, they will buy whatever. When do you open packs? I open them after hours. We've shifted a lot of stock because these shelves were all full when we started this. Boxing up the singles isn't really worth it. You get 12 quid for a box of 100 cards. It's not really... I mean, look, one of these packs is 9 quid. I mean, yeah, it's just sitting there, and my collection is worth 20 grand, right? Because I sell all the valuable cards. The fact I have tons of cards... But it would take so long to box up and sell all of those. It really would take a long time. That is a look, sir. So I think Munt is doing that at the moment. He has his till, 2 shelves, a single rack for storage, and just sells one thing. He just has that. He sent me a Discord picture. No, they won't buy stock. There's no automation there. Just sell deodorant. Deodorant in here and really expensive cards out the back. Well, he's been at the gym, hasn't he? You can sell the shelving. You can sell it. You can box it up and sell it for half the cost of what you bought it for. I mean, if you're saying it's a shame you're not selling furniture, that's a different game, isn't it? It's a shame I can't sell, like, food and drink, fruit and vegetables and stuff. That would be Supermarket Simulator. Fuck me. Hot here. My office is hot all year round, I swear to God. No one's gonna buy Dean. That's something. I don't think only female staff would actually be a selling point. I think it would make the nerds very, very uncomfortable. Plus, I think it's illegal. Unless you're running a certain type of business where you can say, no, we have to employ only women because that's our whole thing, like, say, Hooters or a strip club. I don't think you can say, sorry, mate, you can't work here. We only want women. Pretty sure. Could be wrong. That's why America's the best country in the world. You could discriminate all you want. Or you used to be able to till Joe Biden and Obama ruined this goddamn country. It's hydrons all the way. Just a little jazz improvisation there on the theme. I think there are certainly some shops where you could reasonably say, like, I think you need a reasonable case for it. For example, if you're selling bras, it's fair to say, look, women need to be fitted for their bras quite often, and they want a woman with experience in breast having. That ain't you. Jazz titled Ear Assault. How dare you? Ugh. I mean, I'm definitely rocking some boobs that are bigger than some women I know for sure. Can do out with them. Just... Me and my mates were talking about how shit it is getting older, and all of these fitness, this, that, and the others, and all of it, all the yoga and all the fucking Pilates and all the CrossFit and all of the training. You're like, you may well start with good intentions, but I don't think people appreciate that once you get to around 50, you can fuck your back just turning over in bed. Literally. You'll reach for something at the back of the cupboard. Ah, my neck! Like, that's just what life becomes. Oh, it ain't 30. Trust me. You think it's 30. You think it's 30. Then you get to 40. And you think it's 40. But once you get near to 50... you realize it's 50. You realize it's so much worse. I think you've got to understand that every decade you go past, you think that's as bad as it's going to get, but you weren't even close. It's like you start off on the first circle of hell and you're like, man, this sucks. And you meet someone in the ninth circle of hell and they're like, I got news for you, bud. There's just so many days where I wake up and I'm fucking exhausted already. Like, I wake up tired. And not in a, oh, I'm still sleepy way, but a Christ, I need to go back to bed way. Like, every day. Like, I'm tired either because I did too much or I didn't do enough. It doesn't make a difference. Like, you think, I did loads yesterday. That's why I'm tired today. But then you do nothing and you think, and you have a good night's sleep and you wake up even more tired. And then the days when you do something, you're exhausted at the end of the day, you still can't sleep, and you wake up completely unrefreshed, and then you go to bed late and you wake up the next morning and you feel great and you think, I feel fantastic today. And halfway through the day you sneeze, pull your knee. And then you get the shits for no reason. And then something falls off. Something randomly falls off. I don't snore, I don't have any problems. Nothing. Oof, look at that. That's nice. Hang on, I'm 27. I play football with a bunch of guys from 30 to 70. Those over 50 tend to stay down for a while once they fall. You've got a guy who's 80 something. He's not exactly making a good contribution on the pitch, but got to hand it to him for still running about. I play with a few who are probably 50s. They stick in defense. You know when a 20 to 30-year-old is running at him, he's got no chance. Yeah, that's pretty sad. I always wanted to play Sunday League, but there were two problems. Number one, I didn't have a car. And I didn't want to spend my whole weekend driving on my own to go somewhere to play football against a bunch of men who, for a lot of them, see it as an excuse to kick the shit out of people. Like, they're like, that's their, oh, it's just a good stress reliever, you know. I don't want to get slide tackled by some accountant because he's frustrated at work. I don't want to be elbowed by some fat bellend because he can't get a boner. You know what I'm saying? I'm not your stress relief. I'm not your fucking stress toy. Five-a-side used to be fun, but you'd get some matches where the guys were just out for blood. Like, God forbid the ball goes in the corner and you're running over there to pick it up, and they're like coming in elbow high to smash your face into the fence and the wall. Thanks. Thanks for that. That's my weekend fucked. Like, I don't want to have to go to hospital because you had a bad day at work. Do you know what I mean? Was planning to buy this game now. I get to see the gameplay before actually buying it. Yep. What do you mean Julius Caesar didn't even get started? What was he up? Was he working at the factory? He was doing something, wasn't he? He just wasn't in a position to be Julius Caesar. Or Julius Kaiser, sorry. It's actually pronounced Julius Salad. You know what? I do wonder if Boris Johnson had seriously injured that child he tackled. Do you think it would have affected his chances of being Prime Minister? I doubt it. I think it might have gone up in some people's eyes. That's a nice sale, thank you. I had a colleague who played corporate hockey and they tackled him so hard his leg bent sideways at the knee. Isn't that what knees do? Am I going crazy? His leg, right? It went like that. There's his foot. It bent. Like that. It bent. Bent at the knee. It bent. They bent his knee. That's not sideways. I was facing sideways. What are you talking about? Look, here's me facing forwards. Here's me facing sideways. Simple. You mad scientist. Forwards. Sideways. I do it with my elbow too. Look, here's my elbow. That's bending forwards. It's bending sideways. Sideways is a state of mind.
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to goose.
Asa-01 Just Zubed for 33 months.
2 card protectors. And you're paying with a 20. Damn right you're all paying exact change now. Did you see that? Every single one of them was like, oh, I've got the exact money. Yeah, fucking right you have, son. Put the fear of God into him. Sorry, boss. Yeah, you wouldn't want to finish the day without buying this shit, would you? Oh, that's unfortunate, Chromosonus. Not a Thermon for you! Not one decent card. It's terrible. I wonder what kind of security they have at the place where they print the Magic the Gathering cards. Because, I mean, it's not that different from working at a mint. What you're making is printing things that have far more value, some of them a lot more value, than money, you know, 100 quid. I mean, some of these are worth thousands. So my question is, you're working at the factory, you're printing the Magic the Gathering cards. What's the security? How do they make sure that people aren't printing off a shitload of expensive cards that are meant to go in packs and just going...
Excuse me, sir, but it's time to loose.
Fabrozem Card Just Ubed for Amons.
Assuming they tightly control wastage and know how many things are printed. Right, I mean, something like that, they're obviously, they just, you know... There's no, like, I'm just saying, on the big factory floor when they're printing the cards, for the base cards, I guess they just print them. But for the rarer ones, do they have, like, some kind of management level security guy who comes in to oversee the printing? Because they're, like, going to print 1,000, and then they print off the 1,000, they count the 1,000, they box them up and take them away, and that's it. How could a man with facial tattoos be into Magic the Gathering? That makes no sense. This has been the worst dry spell for polls. I know nothing about Post Malone. I thought he was a rapper. I see him, he's got tattoos on his face. Isn't that him? He looks like someone who's going to mug you in a McDonald's. He does not look like someone that's into Magic the Gathering. You shouldn't judge people by their appearances, period. Okay, next time you go to get a loan, and the bank manager comes out, and he's got a hood down so you can only see his eyes, and what you can see is facial tattoos, and he stands over you. What, bruv? You'd be like, shouldn't judge people by appearances, period. I ain't getting a bank loan from this lad. I don't think they were ever as big as baseball cards, because we'd had Panini stickers. I don't think... We had cigarette cards back in the day, apparently, and my mum's always banging on about them anyway. Wow, loads of Gigatron X. Yeah, but I don't think they're worth as much as, like, the baseball cards that they've had, like, the Mickey Mantle card and, you know, all of that. Anyway. Can sell old shelf. Customer review app. Customer trade cards. Organized tournament. Random events may occur. More shop product types. More shelf and table types. More TCG types. Playable TCG, shop decoration, grading of cards, and difficulty mode. That's the roadmap. I look forward to it. I will see you guys later. Cheers for watching, take it easy, and peace out. I'm not here this evening. I'm going out for beers. See you later.